So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for another session this morning. Welcome to everyone who's just come in. I'm really excited to introduce you to the next speaker. Just one little reminder, when the speaker comes on, there's going to be a QR code on the right-hand side of the screen. We would love to hear the questions that you have, just to make it like more interactive. So feel free throughout the entire talk to just put in your questions onto the system, and we'll be able to answer some of them after the talk is over. So a quick introduction, I'm Deborah, I'm from Yap Global, and I'll be your MC for this morning. So let's get right into the session. The topic of discussion today is the hunt for impactful use cases from the Crypto for Good Fund, and specifically what 15 blockchain pilots revealed in emerging markets. So to present this is Timothy Asimwe. Let's welcome him on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy, and I'm from Uganda, and I work with Mercycorp Ventures, which is the impact investing arm of Mercycorp, which is a global nonprofit operating in more than 40 countries across the world. And today I'm here to share more about what we've learned from running more than 15 pilots across emerging markets. So I lead the Crypto Venture Lab at Mercycorp Ventures. And I'll just give you a quick intro of Mercycorp Ventures. So we, like I said, we are the impact investing arm of Mercycorp. And to date, we've supported over 50 startups that have gone on to raise over $500 million. And our thesis is centered around increasing the financial resilience and climate resilience of people in emerging markets. So in terms of what I hope to cover today, one is about the Crypto for Good Fund, which is an initiative by Mercycorp Ventures, and two is an overview of what we've seen in the Web3 ecosystem in emerging markets. And then three, I hope to provide you three deep dives on a few pilots that we've run as part of the Crypto for Good Fund. So I guess quickly about the Crypto for Good Fund, I guess a good place to start is the context that led us to launch the Crypto for Good Fund. And there's two important things to note. Web3 hype hasn't matched reality. There's always been, everyone is aware of the promise of blockchains, but as we stand here today, much of that hasn't been felt, especially in emerging markets. We still have billions of people who are financially excluded, over 1.7 billion adults, and nearly 60% of these happen to be women. And at the same time, climate vulnerability is a real thing, and we have over 120 million people at risk of falling into poverty because of the effects of climate change, which are being felt the most in emerging markets. So it's sort of these realities are sort of what led us to launch the Crypto for Good Fund. And with the Crypto for Good Fund, our aim is to close the hype gap in Web3. And we basically do this in two ways. So one is we partner with different startups to launch pilots that are testing out real-world use cases of Web3. And two is we share all the findings that come out of these pilots publicly. You can access all the reports on our website, which have all the key learnings and insights that come out of these pilots. And then a quick overview of where we are today. We've launched over 15 pilots to date. And these pilots are running across 10 countries in Africa, Latin America, as well as South Asia. And cumulatively, our pilots have reached a total of more than 40,000 participants. And we've deployed over $2 million across these pilots. So just want to quickly share with you a few of the learnings that we've seen come coming from reviewing, so many different applications and also seeing the pilots that have been running as part of a Crypto for Good fund. So we've had over 3 rounds of the Crypto for Good fund so far, and we've received more than 500 applications, and across this pool, a few patterns have emerged. One is that the Web3 space is still nascent in emerging markets. About only 30% of the startups applying for the Crypto for Good fund have actually completed a formal fundraising round. So many of these companies are at the pre-seed stage. And then the second interesting, promising finding is that many of these startups are actually targeting builders, actually targeting user groups which are underserved. And from our statistics, we see that the most popular segments are smallholder farmers, low-income people, as well as MSMEs. So now I'd like to provide a quick overview of some of the high-impact pilots that we've seen out of the Crypto for Good fund and provide you a deep dive on 3 of these pilots. So these are a few of the pilots that we've run, and as you can see, they span a variety of sectors and geographies, and they serve a wide range of user groups, all the way from low-income users to smallholder farmers. For instance, we run a pilot to provide smart contract weather insurance for 12,000 farmers in Kenya, and this was in partnership with Eka Africa and Ethereum, and we'll do a deep dive on this shortly. We also ran a pilot in Cameroon, which tested the use of tokenization and fractionalization of government bonds to make savings more accessible to low-income users. Another example I'll highlight from this list is the pilot that we ran to provide anticipatory cash transfers to pastoralists in Kenya, and we'll dive into this shortly as well. And then we also ran a pilot that leveraged NFT sales to source liquidity to provide affordable climate housing to more than 30 families in Mozambique. So these are some of the examples of, Web3 in the real world that we've seen as part of the Crypto for Good fund. And, if you're curious to learn more, I'll invite you to visit our website where you can read more about the pilots, about the hypotheses we're looking to test, and the key learnings that came out of these. But for now, I'll provide a quick deep dive on a few of these pilots. The first one I'll start with is a pilot that we run in Cameroon. And we did this pilot in partnership with a startup called Ijara. Ijara is a financial technology app which is designed for users in Francophone Africa, offering a range of investment and saving services, including the ability to purchase a variety of cryptocurrencies. So for many of the users that are using this app, it's more like a crypto exchange. And this pilot reached over 11,000 users. I would like to provide a quick overview of the context in Cameroon just to give you an idea of the market need. So in many African countries, government bonds are probably the best savings product with regards to high yield, low risk. But the minimum amount to purchase a government bond is about $1,500 US. This is out of reach for many low-income people. And so the idea of this pilot was to take the idea of tokenization and fractionalization of government bonds. You bring these bonds on chain, and you're able to fractionalize them, and then people can access this product for as little as 1.5 US. So Ijara was able to cut down the cost, to the minimum amount to purchase a government bond by 1,000x. And, that was the key hypothesis of this pilot. I'll quickly share a bit about the key findings that came out of this pilot. So one, the pilot enabled access to a high-yield, low-risk savings product for many who didn't have prior access. So out of the users surveyed, 46% of the pilot participants say that they hadn't been able to access such a product before. So that sort of gives you a sense of, the power of lowering costs and how that impacts financial inclusion. And then the second key finding from this pilot was that it actually helped to improve the financial discipline, planning, and overall savings experience for users who saved more than once on the app. So more than 2/3, about 66% of the surveyed users reported that they saw improvements in their financial discipline and planning. And on this slide, you can see a quote from one of the pilot participants, mentioning how this is giving them access to a service that previously they couldn't access, and this is helping them build financial independence. Another pilot that I would like to highlight from the Crypto for Good Fund is one that we run in Kenya. And I guess a little context about the market need here. So we have over 50 million pastoralists in sub-Saharan Africa, and they basically rely on, pastoralism for their livelihoods. But the effects of climate change are threatening their way of life. We've seen more prolonged droughts more recently in the eastern horn of Africa. And at the same time, today, 99% of humanitarian aid is delivered reactively. That means it's delivered after the disaster happens, after the worst effects have been felt. However, research shows that many of the humanitarian crises in the world, more than 50%, are actually somewhat predictable. And so bringing these two ideas together, the hypothesis of this pilot was, can we use on-chain remote sensing together with smart contracts to increase the speed of delivery and reduce the costs of humanitarian aid? And so, implementing the product using smart contracts, the pilot reduced the payout times by 97%, from an industry average of about 45 days to just 24 hours. And then the second key finding we saw was that smart contract automation enabled an increase in the coverage amount. So Eka Africa actually reassigned 3 actuarial staff to other roles within the company, which helped them save costs. And they basically passed these on to their customers by increasing the coverage amount of the policies. And you can see one of the quotes from a pilot participant, highlighting the impact of this pilot. He says, "I now have less stress about how the weather will affect my produce each season because I know the company has me covered." So this sort of gives you a sense of, these were just a few examples of some of the pilots that we've run in emerging markets. And the idea was to sort of highlight some of the real-world Web3 use cases that we've seen in emerging markets. And so with that, happy to open it up for questions. I'll just mention that the Crypto for Good Fund, the 4th iteration of the fund, is now live. And we're receiving applications up until December 20th. And we provide grants to startups that are building Web3 solutions in emerging markets. We provide up to 100,000 to each startup. And so if you're interested, I'll encourage you to scan this QR code to apply. With that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Timothy. 2 QR codes on the screen. Great, awesome. Thank you so much for that amazing talk. The QR code is on screen here. Please take a photo of it so that you can ask some questions. Basically, once you get to the screen, you just need to scroll all the way to the bottom right, and there's a live Q&A button for you, and you can submit some questions. So let's go ahead and get started here. The first question, Timothy says, you mentioned Web3 hype has not matched reality. Making money, as I think all of us know, is a big incentive in the space. Do you have any ideas on what can incentivize better participation?
So that's definitely right. A lot of crypto space is really about graph go up, and so I think one of the things we've seen that actually incentivizes people to come into this space is some of the success stories that we see, right? So, for instance, when you prove that crypto actually is able to lower the costs, is able to lower the barriers to access, and, you know, even someone who wants to make profit understands that by being able to broaden the user base, then, you know, you're able to build a much bigger business. So I think from our perspective, you know, the way that we sort of encourage more profit-seeking people to take an interest in this space is just showing them, you know, the scale that's available to tap in. There's so many people who don't have access to savings products. You know, there's so much, there are billions of dollars of funds in humanitarian aid that are moving across the world. And so if you're able to make that process more efficient, you know, reduce it from 20% to 5%, you can make a markup of 2%, which is a decent amount of money. So that's, you know, that would be my perspective on that question.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next question. Do you have insights on what it takes for a promising pilot to make systemic change?
Right. Yeah, so, you know, obviously, creating systemic change is a multi-year process. But I think, you know, what we've seen is it's sort of baby little steps that sort of, in the grand scheme of things, tend to make a sizable impact. So for instance, the pilot that we ran with Ijara in Cameroon was tokenizing government bonds. And, you know, like you might have had in many African markets, the regulators either don't really get crypto, or in some markets, they're actually hostile to crypto. But what we saw happening in Cameroon was that Ijara was getting government bonds and putting them on chain, and then the government realized that, you know, wait a minute, this could actually help us sell more bonds. And so the central bank is actually keen to sort of work with Ijara to, you know, find ways to help them sell more government bonds. What's interesting, though, is that it's not, the central bank is not the one that regulates, you know, the crypto space, but I guess it's sort of like, it gives them a way into, you know, to influence government officials. If you have a few people who actually see the benefits that this solution can provide, then that sort of gives you a bit of buy-in when you're going to talk to other regulators. And so, you know, from my perspective, I think that's sort of one of the ways that you can see systemic change. I think another way is just around lowering costs. So for instance, you know, one of the use cases that has been proven at this point is the use of stablecoins to lower transaction fees across borders. And, you know, systemically, what this enables is all of a sudden, you know, an African merchant can purchase products, you know, from a supplier abroad, and, you know, because of the lower fees, then they have more working capital. So if you're gonna reduce the delivery time by just a few days, all of a sudden, you know, those few days actually translate into a significant increase in their working capital, which allows them to scale their business even more. Yeah, that would be my perspective on that question.
Great, thank you. The next one up is, what have been some of the challenges you've had to overcome to operationalize these pilots?
Yeah, so I think, you know, one of the obvious challenges, given the demographic, for many of these pilots, we're working with smallholder farmers, low-income populations. And so naturally, you know, when it comes to things like smartphone adoption, they're probably going to have a low smartphone adoption rate than people in urban areas. And so for many of these pilots, you know, we had to either, you know, work around that, you know, in some instances, you could have someone in a community that has a wallet that is sort of receiving funds on behalf of users. In some instances, in some markets, you know, some startups have come up with USSD-based wallets. So these are able to work on feature phones. Yeah, but by and large, you know, there's also a huge component of user education. You know, many people have no idea about how Web3 works. And so, you know, one key component across any pilot is you have to spend a couple of days just, training people about the benefits. In some instances, the crypto is running in the background, and you don't have to talk much about the technical stuff, and you just have to tell them about the actual benefits to their lives. Yeah, but I would say, by and large, the key challenge is always around what devices do the pilot participants have, and how are you going to work around that and make the pilot successful?
Great. We're moving on to our next question. We've got a couple minutes left. You mentioned many finance-focused use cases. What are your thoughts on deep-in use cases such as cellular networks?
Right. Yeah, so that's right. I think we've seen a few deep-in use cases as part of our applications. I think, the challenge with deep-in is always, how do you kickstart the network? And how do you get, a few people to buy in and sort of be like the pioneers to stand up a deep-in network? But I guess one example I'll highlight, which is a pilot that we actually have launching soon, is with a startup called Liquid Star. And they've sort of figured out a way to design micro data centers operating within the size of a shipping container. And these are powered by solar, and they're also using Starlink for internet. The price point is still a bit high, but I think it's one promising use case that we've seen. And yeah, I think the key challenge with deep-in is how do you bring down the entry cost down to a point where it's easily accessible by a wide range of people, and at the same time it makes business sense for someone to be part of the network.
We've got just over a minute left. What DeFi savings products have you seen being used, if any?
What DeFi savings products have you seen? Yeah, not sure if I fully understand that, but what we saw with the Jara pilot was, by tokenizing the government bonds, then they were able to offer this as a savings product to their users, enabling them access to a high-yield, low-risk product that they previously didn't have access to. So that's one example of a DeFi savings product.
Great, and one last question. Are there specific challenges that builders are facing? Builders have come to you to talk about these challenges maybe when they're creating solutions for some of these use cases.
Yeah, like I mentioned, one challenge is around devices and wallets. I think, obviously, I can't fail to mention the regulatory challenges. In many African markets, you have startups are operating in a legal gray area, so many of them find that they have to incorporate their startup, in some other country, but then they're operating locally. And also, sometimes it's also hard just to pitch to investors and sort of convince them to overcome that regulatory risk when it comes to fundraising.
Great, so that was the last question. Thank you so much. Can we give Timothy a round of applause? Thank you all for being a great audience. Thank you for submitting all those questions. We are going to start with our next session very soon. It's going to be our first panel on the stage this morning. The panel is called Building a Better Community in Africa from Ground Up. The hurdles to navigate the silo mindset and overcoming it with clear conviction. So don't go anywhere. We're going to start actually in just 3 minutes, so I'm going to see you then. GM. Technically good afternoon, but good morning. Thank you so much for being here on the last day of Devcon. We've had an amazing week. I'm sure you have as well. I am super excited to invite the panelists on stage, but before that, if you guys are standing, please, I encourage you to come and sit, or if you're having conversations, feel free to do so outside. Can I get the crew at the back to come all the way in front? We'd love to see some Malaysian support right up at the front. Come over and support the OGs on stage. Thank you so much. So we're going to have the opportunity to ask the panelists some questions. When they come on, there's going to be a QR code on the right-hand side. And you can take a snap of the QR code. All you have to do is just scroll right to the bottom. On the right-hand side is a link to check out the Q&A. So you can put in all your questions, and we will have 10 minutes at the end of the panel to go over some questions. A very quick introduction. I'm Deborah. I'm from Yap Global. I am from Southeast Asia, from Malaysia. So happy to see all the OGs in Malaysia, I think Vietnam, Singapore also coming on stage. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the panel. We're discussing debunking myths about building out of Southeast Asia. And I'd love to introduce all the panelists on stage. We've got Harith Kamarul, Loy Lu, Matthew Tan, and Tien Lee. Let's welcome them on stage.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I get a show of hands? How many people here are not from Southeast Asia? All right, and the rest of you are all locals. Thanks for the support. So we have Tien, Matthew, and Loy. Before we start talking about building out of Southeast Asia, I think it's important for people to understand your stories for this space. So if you mind giving a quick introduction about how you got into this space, and more importantly, where you were in your life, like geographically, career-wise, like where were you in that phase of life? So we can start with Tien.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tien, CEO, co-founder of Pendle. I got started in crypto as a hobbyist back in 2014 when I was doing a research for a professor on fintech. At that point in time, I think like fintech was still very heavily tied to, the entire crypto sector was very heavily tied to fintech. And yeah, just looking through various business models and ideas, and I thought like Bitcoin was very interesting. Was involved in the space as volunteers in a couple of projects, but I became professionally involved in crypto more seriously when I joined Kyber in 2017. So yeah, Loy here, former boss. But it was a fantastic opportunity because it opened a lot of doors. I got to see the evolution of DeFi, crypto as a whole at the front row seat. And I would attribute everything that I know about crypto today to the experience. It all started from the Kyber days. Yeah, I've always been in Southeast Asia, travel a lot, but primarily been based out of Southeast Asia my entire life.
And maybe I'll skip Matt just because Tien mentioned Loy. How was your introduction to the space, and then how did you introduce Tien as well?
I was a PhD student at the National University of Singapore. Very early in my PhD career, I was given the opportunity to explore whatever that I want to do with my life. So that was the best part about NUS. Yeah, so I stumbled on a couple of like articles about Bitcoin, and I was like, okay, this sounds interesting. I decided like, to basically, dive a little bit further into it. And I think a few months after that, like the white paper of Ethereum was introduced, and everyone was like talking about Ethereum everywhere, right? And basically it opens like a lot more opportunities for people to do stuff on top of Ethereum. Because I think back then, like, I think Bitcoin was, I think at the stage in which like anything that you want to do, it's going to cost like, you know, a lot of discussion, and it's like, it's going to take like years in order to do anything. And when Ethereum was introduced, it's like the fresh new energy into the cryptocurrency space. So basically my whole PhD thesis was all about like scaling public blockchain like Ethereum, making smart contracts smarter, more secure, right? So I actually wrote one of the first open source smart contract security scanner. It was around the time of the DAO hack in 2015. Got the opportunity to talk and meet a lot of Ethereum researchers in the early days, including Vitalik and a few other people. 2017, I think 2016, 2017, because like we keep like, there were only a few meetups like in Singapore back then, right, about crypto and blockchain, and that's how I got to know like a lot of other people like Tien and a few other OG people in the space. 2017, when I was about to get out of my PhD, I decided like, to work on Kyber, and that was how it started. Yeah.
And Matt?
So I see a lot of friendly faces. So for those who don't know, probably unlike both Tien and Loy, so I had already been in the tech space for close to 15 years plus in the software industry, you know, and I know, again, you know, being there for 15 years previously was a long time. I guess I was getting restless, and like both of them here, I think I heard of Bitcoin in 2011, and being Asian, Malaysian, like, no, this was it was like a money printing machine, right? So you could turn on your PC and you earn $2 and $3 back then. So that got me really intrigued, and it felt like the internet back in 1995 when I was still in uni. So so just started going a little bit deeper into it, and built some stuff on Bitcoin, and obviously when Ethereum came along, it was very intriguing. You could build this like programmable smart contracts on the blockchain. And since then, I think we've been really focused. It's a core focus on building out the data infrastructure, making that data available for public, and hopefully allowing users to use that data to make informed decisions. So yeah.
And so you know how Tien met Loy. How did Matt meet the other two?
Okay. Okay. So I think with Loy, I didn't really meet him. It was more like online, right? Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think it was during the ICO craze,
Yeah,
and Matt wanted some allocation.
Yeah.
He's like,
So
hey,
I
can you
now.
give me some allocation? I was like, okay, Etherscan, good.
Yeah, cool. So now that he mentioned it, that's right. It was like 2017. Yeah. So I saw Loy, you know, this young PhD student from NUS, right? You know, had this brilliant idea. So, you know, in 2017, it was just much more easier. I think I pinged him online and said, hey, Loy, you know, let's chat, right? So that chat led to one thing another. And I think we've been able to build a very long friendship and relationship since then. We've helped each other in different parts of our journey when times were tough. So I do appreciate that friendship with Loy and partnership. And that's kind of when I met Tien, right? So I know this Tien was still young, but younger back then, a really aggressive VD guy going out there and stuff like that. And I think when we also kind of invested in some of the early projects that Tien did. So it's quite a interrelated relationship. Yeah.
And I think we didn't really cover that much, but Loy, how did you find Tien? hire him to join the Kyber team?
I think it was a very natural kind of decision, right? I mean, back then, I was about to, I knew that I could start something, but I didn't really like finalize what it was and stuff, right? And I was a PhD researcher, technical person. I obviously needed some help, right? So I met Tien via, I think, either like a referral, like some introduction or like some meetup. Because like Singapore back then, I think there were probably like 20, 30 people that are interested in crypto, and you keep like seeing the same people in the meetups, right? So I think, and also like we are, I think at the same age, and we'll probably like, get along well with each other. So I just invited him to join the team, and it was great to have him to support us.
This might be a biased question because I helped to organize a meetup, but you guys have mentioned meetups a couple times. How much have like meetups or local communities helped you guys to form a team or to like help build your team? Maybe Tien?
I think in the early days, it definitely helped. I'm a strong believer in having that human touch, like just meet in person, because you can tell a lot more about an individual when you are physically present in the same venue, right? Versus online or like digital connections. I would say back in the days, there was the difference between the meetups back then and now is that I feel that back then the attitude towards like Ethereum and the entire sector as a whole was more innocuous. Like everyone's in, like most people were in because they wanted to learn about the tech. Now it's different. I think the attitude is, what's the next meme coin, right? Can't help with that. That's the reality. But I think back in the days, to get to know people, you go to meetup, you find similar, you come across people with similar interests a lot more easily. These days, it's harder to tell. We probably have to resort to other avenues to like streamline or filter out like how to identify individuals who have similar interests. But I guess like that's just a function of time and also the growth of the sector.
And any thoughts from Matt and Loy?
About
Utilizing communities, local communities and meetups to help you form a team or build your team.
I think it's, I think we actually like hire several good people from local meetups, right? I mean, it's important. Basically, like it's a lot better. It's a good like recruitment kind of like channel for us. You meet people there, you see how they interact. You ask them like the question that basically like usually like when you meet people, you don't tell them like, hey, we are looking for this position, right? But you see like how they do, how they interact with other people, what the characters is, and after that you are like, okay, this might be a good fit for the team, and you want to bring them on board and see how they, I think it's a lot better than just like proactively like poaching people.
Yeah, so we support ETKL, right? I probably wouldn't be on the stage here if it wasn't because of ETKL. That's where I kind of met Harit, right? I think so. The key for the successful meetups that we've seen, like the local grassroots meetups, is it definitely helps if there is an industry sponsor or supporter. So I think that's what we kind of try to do, but at the same time, trying to keep it as non-profit as possible. So I think that's the key point, and just providing a space where if people coming back or even people traveling through the region wants to stop by and they just want to share. So I think having that meetup basically allows you to create a readily available community that is able to share that part.
I think one thing that I want to add more is that like I think in Southeast Asia, probably like most people, most engineers, they're very shy like online, right? I mean, like you go to Twitter, you probably don't see a lot of like Southeast Asian engineers talking about like a lot of stuff. Like, because like, one, I think English is probably not their first native language, and two, usually they don't argue online that much, right?
Oh yeah, they don't argue.
So, so I think the best way to know them is like to go to like, you know, conference or like, you know, local meetups in which like there's some particular topic that is of their interest, and you can like pick a lot of things from their brain, and you know, I think they share a lot more, yeah.
And Matt, you mentioned you were 15 years as a Web2 founder in Malaysia. I think that's a very unique take that you can give. Like, what's the difference like between being a founder in Web2 versus Web3, and specifically as someone who was in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia?
It's 15 years in Web2, but 10 years in Web3. So 10 years of Web3, right, is a long time. So one of the things I actually realized is I have to really think hard because it's been a while, and you kind of get used to the way things are done in Web3. But I think this something that kind of reminded me about this was, so we were at a dinner and we had a conversation with this person who's from Web2, and I think she actually shared one point. So she shared that she's moving from Web2 into Web3, and she said that one of the things that she found most stark was that the people in Web3 generally, especially with Ethereum, tend to be really friendly. They share a lot of information. You know, like in Web2, if you go around and ask a lot of stuff, right, people kind of get a little bit hesitant, a little bit cautious. But if you see the ethos in Web3, if you go around, you ask questions, right, a lot of folks are just extremely happy to share with you what they're doing and the tech stack and all. So I think for that matter, I appreciate and I'm thankful for being able to be part of that Web3 ethos. You kind of have to be reminded of that sometimes. So I think that was helpful for me.
And for TN and Lloyd as well. So you both mentioned that you were researchers and you did a bunch of work in the space before you became founders. So if there's anyone in the audience or who's watching online, like, is that experience, how helpful or necessary is the experience to have before you start and found your own team? Tien?
Just a disclaimer, my research is nothing like Loy.
Yeah. It's still research.
Serious research. I'm a hobbyist. Well, I think my perspective is probably different from Loy. I think it helps to actually, like, starting out a company is difficult. And in order to, I think one key difference between a more successful company from everything else is having a unique perspective about a sector that you're operating in. Like, for example, right, a lot of people can be running money markets. Very simple, straightforward product with a clear product market fit. But then there will be differences between a product like Aave and Compound and everyone else. And of course, like now, gradually we're seeing products like Euler and Morpho gaining traction. These founders have very deep understanding about money markets, and they also are able to incorporate their unique perspective into their product. That can only come when you're deep in the sector. Like, put it simply, right? If I've not been involved in the space since my Kyber days, I don't think I would be able to pull out something like Pendle. That knowledge can come from research. It can come from direct involvement in a team that is operating in a certain segment of interest. It can come from anywhere. But really, I think the more important component here is really a deep understanding of the sector and then developing a unique perspective that can help develop a more interesting product, a more differentiated one.
And Loy, Tien mentioned you'll have a very different perspective.
I think in general, over time, I think over the last like 10 years, I realized that I think Web3 is, or in general, like crypto is the most rewarding industry for any academic researcher, right? So it's rewarding not just because of like the potential financial return. I mean, a lot of like good high-profile projects are run by academic founders, right? But also like, being able to see like, what you research on to be deployed, to be used by everyone over the world, right? I think that's the most rewarding experience. So before started Kyber, I had a few opportunities, right, to work on still blockchain research, but like in like say industry, big companies, big payment companies in the US.
Pay you more?
Sorry, what?
That they pay you more?
I mean, it's not, I mean, they paid okay. I mean, it was Visa Research, right? And they started like their blockchain research back in 2017. But I was like, if I work here, it's going to take me years, right, in order like to see any of my research like getting deployed or getting used in practice. And it's going to be like patent after patents after patents, right? So that's the business model, right? And then I keep seeing like, other people launching new protocols, new product, right? And like, I was like, I could do that as well, right? And, it was a big inspiration. So eventually I decided like to work on my own startup, launch Kyber and get like people to use it. And over time, I also encourage a lot of people like to, hey, if you want to do something, just launch your own startup, right? Like do it in crypto. Like forget about fintech, forget about like, other stuff. I think with crypto, you launch for a global audience. You get like abundant of like funding and support and like, users, right, from everywhere. It's the fastest like, journey for you to see something from happening.
And on that note, Southeast Asia isn't very well known for having huge, like globally impacting tech companies, but we have 3 here. And just curious, like, do you know, like, is there some sort of secret sauce that you guys have had that you were able to create these global companies out of Southeast Asia when a lot of people in a lot of other industries were unable to do that? Matt, maybe?
So, I guess that depends on your personality and the individual itself. For me specifically, generally, I think if you look at, for the same fact that you mentioned, right, so if you look at Southeast Asia in general, right, perhaps with the exception of Singapore, generally we are often underlooked. No, it's like you're in South Asia, it's not in Silicon Valley and stuff like that. So at least back then, maybe that's my chip on the shoulder. So that kind of motivated me to prove that we could build something out here. So that was one strong driving push over the last 10 years to show that we could build global products out of South Asia. The second point, I guess for us was obviously to choose to work on something that obviously that we're passionate about and something that we had, and I shared this before, that we had a more level playing field. Level playing field meaning that, so like with a lot of traditional Web 2 apps, right, a lot of it hinges on the relationships that you had, the geographical location that you're based on. Like if let's say it's really fintech and stuff, being in places like New York and stuff has a lot of advantages. If it's a lot of front-facing consumer apps, obviously being in Silicon Valley helps a lot. So like, if we had done something along those lines, it wouldn't be on a fair footing. But with Web3, it's a much more fairer footing. It's access to data that's decentralized. Anyone can go out, you can grab it, you can do whatever you want with it, and you can't control that. The data is outflow, so it's everyone can compete on a slightly more fairer basis. So I think for us that was the 2 key points.
Okay.
I mean, no secret sauce. But I think, so Pendle, like, my product is the youngest of the lot. And I think I've had the fortune of looking at these two other guys building brands and having an influence in the space. And to me, that's inspiring. Because like what Matt said, right? I think crypto as a whole is extremely accessible, and the playing field is a lot more leveled compared to the other sectors. So when I was thinking about like building a product, I look at Matt, I look at Loy, and I thought that if they're able, within Southeast Asia, build something that can reach a global audience and attain global success, I can do it as well. So I look up to these guys. And I think it helps to also dream big. Just because we're from Southeast Asia, it doesn't mean we're worse off. I actually think there's an abundance of talents here. A lot of us, maybe because of different exposure, we tend to think that it's better out there. But I can say, talents-wise, I mean, there's a plenty, right? Like in Malaysia and Vietnam, Singapore is small population, but highly concentrated. But like in Indonesia, even in Thailand, because of the population and just by the sheer fact of power of law, you have like 600 million people, 700 million people here. You can definitely find like the top 1-2% to be exceptionally talented, right? So just need to reach out to these people, build something great, and you know, given the fact that like crypto is extremely democratizing, I think we can build something great.
I think cost plays an important role here, right? Like for a startup, I mean, I'm not sure about others, but I think from my experience, I think we probably have to try different ideas before we find the one that actually works, right? And throughout that journey, it's going to take like 1 or 2 years at least, right? And like you need to sustain the team, right, for that 1 or 2 years. And I think in South Asia, it's a lot more cost effective to do that, right? Like, I mean, you can survive in like Bangkok and probably Hanoi and KL with like $500-600 per month. Not sure about KL, right? I haven't lived there. But yeah, I mean, I think you have that ability, you have that like, you know, I would say, yeah, advantage compared to like other higher developed market, and you get to go through like different like cycle of products, different ideas, you know, check them out and see whether launch it, see whether it works. If it works, great. Like let's scale it, let's try fun, right? If it doesn't, you know, let's just move on to a new one. And also like one more thing is like Tian mentioned, the amount of talents, the amount of engineers here is abundant, right? Like, you know, if you want to scale people, probably next month you can get like 10, 20, 30 more easily. Yeah, so.
And staying with Loy, so if there are any people who are not from Southeast Asia and who want to hire devs or other talent from out of Southeast Asia, they might have heard, you know, it's cheap, they maybe, some would speak good English, they're very hungry. In your experience working with talent out of Southeast Asia, what would you say to these other builders who might be interested to hire people from here? Start with you first.
Working with, sorry, what?
So if I'm not from Southeast Asia and I'm looking to hire someone from here, like what would be some advice or some kind of thoughts?
I think you just try to get people from Pando, Ethereum or Kyber. That's the best way to. Just kidding. So I mean, that's what happened to a lot of our former team members, right? They got poached by other team from elsewhere. Basically, like say if the team is from the US and they're looking for some people in Asia, some engineer in Asia, usually they would look for like, you know, all the people that are working for existing teams in Asia, right? And they're like, hey, we're going to pay you double, and it's still half the price that we're paying in the US. And we lost a lot of people to them. But it's okay because like, you know, it's a fair market, right? If they can get a better opportunity, happy for them. And we'll get to work on the new engineers. But anyway, don't do that. I think in general, language is a big barrier, but I feel like it's getting improved a lot lately. All the young engineers, because they get to work on like, English in their training, in the college. So communication in English in writing is okay. Speaking might need some time for them, but I think probably in Malaysia it's not an issue, but like in other countries like Thailand and Vietnam and even like Indonesia, it's probably a big barrier. Other than that, I think everyone is hardworking, fast learner, young population. You have like, a lot of talents to recruit. Yeah.
Matt?
Yeah, so first off, I don't think 500-600 is enough to survive in KL. Second, tapping off on what Loy has mentioned also. So for that same reason, right, again, generally in Asia, Southeast Asia, these are developing nations, right? So there's a high growth. And normally, people here are actually quite hungry, right? So they want to improve their lives. I'm not saying people outside here aren't, but generally in South Asia, it's very strong drive. There's a strong drive, also a monetary incentive in order to improve your quality of life. So people really strive for it. I think they really work hard and they don't take things too relaxed. A lot of people are just like, no, you got to make it. So you push hard, you study hard. It's very traditional, right, in Asia. Study hard, you work hard, and you do get a good job and stuff like that. And that's fairly what we see, at least in developing nations like in obviously Malaysia and Vietnam and Thailand and all the other countries, with the exception of Singapore, which is obviously already very much more global. Yeah, so other than that, going back to what like Loy mentioned, yeah, I know turnover is always an issue. Again, I think it's also working with teammates that, obviously money is important, but I think there are also other values there, other things that you can accomplish working in a team. So yes, money plays a large factor. I don't think it's the only factor. Sometimes it's also about the journey and the ability to grow and probably taking a little bit more forward, like what happens after 5 years and stuff like that. And there's probably a bunch of other reasons that we can do it in a separate conversation.
Tian?
Oh, no, nothing meaningful to add. I think they covered all. And I think the stereotype's generally quite accurate.
Okay, then I'm not going to let you go. But the talent within Southeast Asia is extremely diverse, right? Because Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, all very different people. And I'm quite sure the three of you hire like people from across the region. So what are your kind of learnings from handling these very diverse cultures within the same team? Tian, I'm going to start with you, because you skipped the last one.
Yeah. Can I defer it to Matt?
Okay, Matt first.
Let me go ahead and take a stab at that, because we're actually quite diverse culturally. So again, Malaysia is in the middle of everything, right? The three main different groups and races, right? So I actually think diversity is a strength. I know it's always been said, it sounds cliche, but I think it is. It is especially when it comes to, again, I guess what we're building, right? So for us, some of the stuff we're building is a little bit more front-facing. So I think having perspective from different folks from different backgrounds and different perceptions, I think helps, right? So I know if we're building something and someone says this color looks good, and someone else says this color looks not so good. So I've actually found a lot of it has some sort of cultural elements for what it is. And somehow they'll be able to jive on a color that's a little bit more neutral. So that kind of works for us. Having said that, other than that, nothing critical, very minor stuff, probably like so let's say like this trip we're making here with the team, right? So I guess, you know what's actually our biggest challenge or not? So our biggest challenge is actually figuring out where to go eat. The reason being, coming from different diverse backgrounds, there are like food requirements, for example, maybe it has to be kosher or halal, or maybe it has to be no alcohol and stuff like that. So actually that's very trivial stuff, and somehow we actually manage, and we really find a balance, and there are sessions where it's with alcohol, and the sessions without alcohol, and vice versa, and somehow it works. And I think a lot of folks, it's a very unique perspective, one that I've grown up with and I treasure a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned to me earlier diversity by default, so I think that's a good catchphrase.
It is what it is.
Okay, Tian, are you ready?
No, I really don't see like major challenges. I think managing diversity is part and parcel of running a team. This happens regardless of where you're at. And of course, like Southeast Asia is relatively diverse, but there's also a lot of similarities in the way we perceive things. I think, yeah, by and large, Southeast Asians are generally motivated, and having that shared trait is helpful in trying to align team members. Everybody wants to win, so you just have to do a bit of reminder, and I think everyone can fall in line quite quickly.
Like?
I would say if you want to, I think probably the best way to do that is to probably like have a trusted leader or manager in every country, and you just like deal with that person, right? And rely on that person to manage the team in that particular country. I think we did that because like back then Kyber had people in like Vietnam, Singapore, and like Israel and a couple of other countries. Because I think there are a lot of things that you don't know about the culture, about how people want and what people want, right? And I think having someone that you can rely on and to handle all of that issues for you and make sure that everyone works well together, I think is great.
All right, and this question I've had from a lot of people, actually. Not sure by coincidence or by design, but somehow, so Kyber and Pendle are very, very strong companies in DeFi, and Etherscan and CoinGecko, for example, are very, very strong in kind of data services. Is there a reason why Southeast Asia is birthing these champions in these two specific spaces within the industry? Does anyone here have an answer?
I'll speak on behalf of Malaysia. I think a lot of us don't want to end up in jail last time. So we chose data, which is much more clearer. Right now, it's not too bad. The regulatory landscape there's a lot more clarity. And I know it's just, you go early into the space, and like normally, typical Malaysians, we have families and stuff like that. So, so we just want to navigate. And also, I think, navigate in an area that's considered relatively straightforward. Because there's just different licenses and AML, KYC and stuff you need to go into. So given that it wasn't clear for us specifically, so we chose that part. So which is why you have like CoinGecko and Etherscan doing quite similar products with data that doesn't really touch the transaction flow like both of these guys are doing.
No.
I think for me it's a little different. Like I somehow found my way to Singapore, and like Singapore being a financial hub in the region, and also I think one of the more important financial hubs globally, we have a lot of exposure to financial products and instruments. And that has, of course, shaped how I think about finance. And it so happened that DeFi is one of the major narratives within crypto in the early days, and it continues to be the major driver of adoption. So it helps, I think, like from a product operator standpoint, just being physically in Singapore, the access to capital, the knowledge in financial infrastructure definitely helps how we think about product construct. Now, I am Malaysian by nationality, and as to how like some of these DeFi products can be traced to Malaysian founders, I'm not sure.
I think I can add a little bit. I think it's probably a little bit broader, right? I think the reason why we see a lot of like say DeFi and like data-oriented products coming out of Southeast Asia is because Southeast Asian founders are bad at selling. Right? So we have like to build something that the product will sell for itself, right? So like DeFi, product market fit instantly from day one, right? Data product is the same. Everyone uses Etherscan these days because it's just the right product that people want. We are bad at selling a new narrative. It's really hard for Southeast Asian to do that, right? I mean, it's not just because English is not our native language. It's also because we don't have like big funds like A16Z or Pradam to stamp like $100 million US check on us and said, this is the new narrative, right? In South Asia, we don't have that big of the funds. So we have like to pick something that I think is product market fit, can generate revenue, can get users from day one, and we can just scale, right, from there.
All right, so we have a little bit of time left. This panel is called Debunking Myths, Building Out of Sea. So I want to check with you guys very quickly, answer, each one of you, whether each item is a truth or a myth. So first item, funding. Whether it's very difficult to get funding out of the country that you are based out of. Khyber just mentioned the country and truth or myth.
Vietnam, I think it's a bit hard. Singapore, a lot easier, yeah.
Yeah, same. Malaysia is a little bit more challenging. Singapore is easier.
Same, yeah.
Okay, infrastructure, whether it's the internet, having highways, having a strong like startup ecosystem, is it lacking or is it actually thriving? Loy, we'll just go in cycles.
Internet, I think it's good. I think internet in South Asia is actually extremely good compared to many other parts of the world. Startup ecosystem, I think it's still growing. It's not there yet, but it's growing, yeah.
And as a city, like highways, buildings?
I think it's okay, I mean.
Yeah, so Malaysia, no issues, very strong infrastructure, good buildings, relatively, in comparison, good roads. And in terms of the internet connectivity, it's decent, very decent. So I say that's mid. That, yeah.
I guess like it really varies from city to city, right? So if you look at Singapore, it's definitely like pretty top-notch in public infrastructure, transportation, internet, everything is good. KL is also like pretty high up there. But when it comes to Jakarta, for example, it's extremely renowned for like traffic, like massive traffic jam. Internet connectivity, I guess it's good. But a lot of time, like if you were to do a business in Jakarta, a lot of time will be wasted in trying to get from one spot to the other. So I think in Southeast Asia, it depends on where you go.
Okay. And this one is just for TN. Well, Loy as well because you spend time in Singapore, but Singapore cost, very, very high. Truth or myth?
Myth. I think Singapore, yes, in terms of published reports, the cost is actually very high. But the good thing about Singapore is that there's always a range. So if you want to, like, take transportation, for example, established public transport is actually extremely affordable. But if you want to own a car, it's going to cost a lot of money. In the same way, when it comes to food and daily necessity, you have like extremely affordable option with like $2-3 US dollars a day. You can a meal. You can find something very, it can fill your tummy. But of course, if you want fine dining, a 3-star restaurant will cost you $1,000, something like that, right? Yeah, so that's how I think about Singapore.
Loy, since you spent some time there?
If you just live there alone, it's very okay, it's affordable, right? But if you need to, say, build a family or build a team there, it's going to be very costly, very costly. Yeah, but I think back to the previous question, I think Singapore is probably the most developed, like, startup in terms of like ecosystem, right? Like you have like funds, you have like quality founders, you have people like visiting the country every now and then. So I think it's a vibrant crypto startup hub in Southeast Asia. I think other countries probably don't have that luxury, that intersection of people from all over the world try to stay there for a few months, learn the ecosystem, try to expand to Southeast Asia or Asia in general, and they would want to set up base in Singapore. Yeah.
All right, and a couple of questions before we open it up for the audience. For people who are not from Southeast Asia, who are considering to move here to build a team or to join the team, any quick advice each one of you can give them? Tian first.
Go to Malaysia.
What? Go to Malaysia. Why?
It's like reliable infrastructure, cost is a fraction of that of Singapore, and you get good access to many parts of the world.
Or maybe I add it. So the team is in Malaysia, the founders are in Singapore. That's what we're seeing right now.
Raise the capital in Singapore and do the work in KL.
I would say you need to pick a base, right? I mean, I think there are several good bases in Southeast Asia, KL, Bangkok, and Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh.
Hanoi,
yeah. Singapore as well. But of course, like, if you're in Singapore, you have like to, know what you want to achieve from there, right? Because the cost is high. But if you want to build a team, engineering team, KL is actually very good.
I think even Vietnam actually. Hanoi.
Ho Chi Minh is very active. Hanoi, you
Saigon.
can get great engineers too.
Yeah, great engineers there.
Yeah.
I also want to add, okay, so the reason why I thought about Malaysia, right, is because I think English, the general English proficiency in Malaysia is quite good. It was an English colony. So English can get you, quite far.
But I think engineering talent, Hanoi, Vietnam,
Yeah, of course.
Saigon,
Yeah, of course.
does it make sense? Yeah.
No contest.
All right, thanks for the panelists. That's all my questions. And we can open it up for audience to ask their question.
Thank you so much. Can we give a big round of applause to the panel? That was awesome. Okay, so we're into Q&A. If you don't know how to do or participate, you just need to take a snap of that QR code. You scroll to the bottom of the page and there's a link saying live Q&A. And yeah, just click the Q&A button and you'll be able to put up some questions. So let's get straight into some of the questions that are on the screen here. The first one is, do you see that there is a bigger wave of adoption of crypto in APAC now? Any one of the panelists can answer, or several.
I could say there are a lot more young people trading crypto than trading stocks these days in South Asia. Because I think it's just easy to understand for them. It's very easy to set it up and just,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I agree with the point. Singapore, Vietnam, probably Vietnam especially, right? The number of active users on, say, like crypto exchanges is up only, and I think it's because it's just a lot more accessible, and like all these exchanges are putting strong efforts in trying to grow their presence and markets in several countries in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. And I think like regulation is getting better in a lot of the countries. Like I think I just met like someone from SCB, the biggest bank here. I think they launched an app for you to convert your USDC to Thai baht, and you can just spend immediately at the merchants. It's crazy. In Singapore, there are a lot of like crypto payment company now as well. Like you can just pay from, like cash out your crypto into debit card, and you can just pay from the debit card. I mean, it's getting to the point that I don't even need like to use my bank for most of the transactions these days. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's move on to the next question. Are you guys hiring?
Oh yeah, so the next question.
Are you guys hiring?
Oh, wait, oh, I thought it was the other one.
Well, apparently this one is very popular.
Let me jump to the other one, the city study.
Okay, well, we can just get yes or no's, and then we can move on.
Yeah, hiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously we're hiring. Yeah.
Okay, Etherscan's hiring?
I'm sure you're looking for good talents. I recently started a Caliber Ventures builder as well. So if you are looking to do your own startup, talk to me. I only do like 2 every year, so you know.
You're hiring 2 people now?
We are looking actively for new founders. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but for us, like in short, yes, we are always on the lookout for talents. Positions varies.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so earlier part of the conversation, I think New York was mentioned as the city that has like high kind of FaceTime networking. Maybe networking opportunities have been less in Southeast Asia. And also someone in the panel mentioned that Southeast Asians don't like arguing online as much. So the question is, what are some tips that you have for people here based in Southeast Asia to better tap into like the global or online networking for Web3?
So we don't like arguing. So I would say it's actually changing. So I've seen, I don't know, maybe it's well actually, I guess like for us, that's one of the challenges, like actually going out there and creating that awareness and arguing online. Somehow it just goes against that whole ethos. But having said that, I think we've seen some of the newer projects. So I think, so we actually had this conversation just recently. So this project, I think Mega Eat, this founder, Brother Bing or whatever. So I think she has a very strong presence and is able to capture. So I think that perception is changing. A lot of the projects coming out are able to do a good job at, and hopefully we can learn a little bit on how that's done.
So I guess it's like about gaining more visibility online. Any other sort of networking tips?
Maybe I can chip in as well. So what we found with the local community in KL is for the young people especially, just join hackathons. There are a bunch of online hackathons, and the prize pool can be quite big. So there's a kind of a cohort of builders who just join these hackathons and use the winnings to go fund themselves to go to the next hackathons. And from there, you're introducing to people based on what you've built and not based on what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess another way is to also join all the big project, big companies in the region, right? And from time to time, we need to send people to events, conferences to learn what others are building, right? So that's also a good opportunity for you to network and to basically like, you know, learn from the best.
Okay, great. I think that segues nicely to the next question, which is, what are the best communities, in your opinion, to connect with other founders in each of your cities?
Yeah, EKL, 4KL, EKL. It's about person to speak with.
Damn, I gotta shield you, eh? East KL, yes, for KL. And then crypto SG for like, yeah, basically I think anyone who is building something independent of sectors or ecosystem would have some form of connection with Nick and his team.
Wearing the ARC shirt, it's a crypto community based out of Asia.
Member ARC also.
Oh yeah, it's actually quite interesting, quite vibrant. They talk crypto all the time, like even like playing soccer, like some guys trading meme coin on the bench. So it's like, you know, it's crazy.
I think even in Malaysia, the Paji community is quite strong.
Great, thank you. Got a couple more questions here. How is someone not to be overlooked as a deeply technical person moving to Southeast Asia from America? What should they do? So go, you know, online versus meetups, or practical tech versus networking people? So someone's moving from America to Southeast Asia. How can they stand out and not be overlooked?
Be like Ross. No, I'm just kidding. Technical person. He was security, right? So, no, I think, yeah, meetups, definitely. When we first started out, like even in Silicon Valley in 2015, 2016, the way we connected with the community back then there was through meetups. So I think the same still holds true here. Go for meetups. It's free, it's informal.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, just try to participate, right? Try to give talk, try to, be part of some team. And I think like in general, we are very happy like, to meet new people. If you are in town, just, ping us and ask for a meeting or office tour or something. Happy to meet new people all the time. Yeah.
Great. So let's talk about the bull market. What are you guys excited to see in the cycle of the bull market? And if you'd like to add anything like on the Southeast Asian point of view, like what do you think, or how do you think it may impact Southeast Asia? So generally, as well as like focus on Southeast Asia.
I guess like, with bull market, we can expect more new joiners. And with more new joiners, I think it's also reasonable to expect newer and creative use cases that might be native to Southeast Asia. After all, I think from a media consumption perspective, people in Southeast Asia consume media very differently from many nationalities in other parts of the world. So I would imagine that people who are native to Southeast Asia would take opportunities perhaps a bit differently from individuals in other nationalities, in other countries. Maybe things that are, I wouldn't be surprised if there are things that are native to, say, like Vietnam, that might not have a lot of adoption outside of the country. Exact use case, hard to say, but I think this is a reasonable expectation.
Okay, I think this, like, Matt, if you want to add, no, okay. I think this is a slightly similar question, which is maybe connected, which is what should people build here? Any ideas, like the kind of dApps or even the infrastructure built in Southeast Asia?
I think end of the day, you have to really like see what's your strength, what's your weakness, right? And like who do you have in the team? And decide on the product that really fit to your background. We actually spend a lot of time like talking to the founders and also like try to analyze and help them realize what should be the best thing for them to build. And of course, like if they get like advisor, like talk to people like Tien and Matt and see what they think is cool to build. I think it's also like a good source of like ideas. Yeah.
So just want to add there, choose something that you're passionate about and that you're good at. Go for those two and you have a very high chance of success, regardless of what it is. Thank you.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you so much to everyone who's put up questions. Maybe feel free to talk to the speakers after this panel's over. So let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. It's been awesome to have you guys. All right, thank you for being a great audience. It's been awesome to see everyone. Thanks for the great questions. We have more exciting content coming up next. We've got another panel which is super interesting, how crypto is used in Africa today. Hear from leading builders. So please don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for your participation. This is my last session for this morning, so thank you for being a great audience. I'm Deborah, and I'll see you again soon.
me? Yes. Hello, my name is Mark, and welcome to this next session in the real world Ethereum. So we've got an awesome panel, a group of people here to talk about how crypto is used in Africa today. Hear from our leading builders. So remember the drill now, the QR code, create some questions. We'll have 10 minutes at the end for a good lot of questions. So without further ado, I'll introduce the panelists. So we have Damaris, David, Yele, and Joseph. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, Devcon. Hello, thanks so much for joining us on this very exciting panel discussion. We're going to be talking about exactly how Web3 is being used in Africa today and what are the types of innovations people are building. Early this week, we covered two really interesting threads of the impact of crypto. On one side, it is plugging African countries and economies into the global economy. That has been a hyper-globalizing impact and effect that traditional systems have kind of failed us. And we'll hear from founders who are basically at the leading edge of that movement in plugging payments, banking, infrastructure, but also other services that we need to live our lives into the broader global economy. And on the other side, there's a lot of amazing opportunities to go even more local than where we are going today. And we're going to hear about the hyper-localization impact that perhaps were not possible to do in this way before blockchain technologies became a thing. So I'm very excited to have an amazing group of people to cover these threads with us. We're going to do a very brief round of introductions, and we're going to jump straight into the deep end. Jambi, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Jambi Njoroge. I work for Grassroots Economics Foundation. I've been working for the organization for the last 6 years now. I am an advocate for community inclusion currencies, for poverty eradication, and sustainable development. Super happy to be here.
And where are you from?
I'm from Nairobi, but I live in Kilifi, and that is also where I work.
Nice. If you guys have never been to East Africa, Kilifi is an incredible place to visit.
Thing 1, 2. Awesome. Hey everyone, my name is David Nandwa. I'm CEO and CTO of a business called Honeycoin and Peer. We're a B2B2C financial super app and treasury and payments platform. I'm based out of Nairobi, Kenya, and super excited to be here, and thank you for all being in the room.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Yele Badimosi. I'm the co-creator of Onboard. We're building a borderless digital money app for people in the global majority markets with a universal on and off ramp gateway that allows anyone come on chain with as little as 50 cents whilst paying 0 fees. I live in Lagos and London, but I call myself an African on chain. If you're wondering why I'm wearing a pirate costume today, I'm currently Pirate Uhuru, which means freedom in Swahili. And essentially, I'm spreading the freedom of money. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. So, David, I want to start off with you. And we'd just love to understand, what is the problem that you guys are really focused on when it comes to payments? And what is the gap that a project like yours is filling? And what's the scale of opportunity that exists there?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I think it really sets the context for this conversation in general. I would say for us, the main problem we're solving is when you look at a continent, any continent, you take any particular continent, Africa has over 45 plus countries. We're pretty much addressing the fragmentation problem and the fact that the largest players on a financial stack, like banks, are not incentivized to solve that fragmentation problem. If anything, they benefit from it. Right? They benefit from the fact that someone in Kenya cannot do business with someone in Nigeria unless they're doing it through them, and they're going to make sure that they'll milk as much value from them when that money is moving, almost as if you're traveling physically, to that particular market. And by solving and addressing that fragmentation problem, we strongly believe that as we build that plumbing, which is like this pipeline, it's almost like a hyper tunnel between different markets, between different corridors. We then now actually incentivize people to connect, do business with each other, actually have conversations on collaboration and partnership. So I see our work as important as, in the US during the Industrial Revolution, when they were putting in the railroads to connect different cities across states and so on and so forth. And I think if we succeed, if we win, and why this problem is so crucial to solve is, as I mentioned in the beginning, there's very few players who are incentivized to solve it because their incentives lie in the issue. We see the incentives as being much larger than the issue because when you actually create the initial plumbing, what you do is you open up a world of different use cases and different ways that people will now start to actually think of, how do I benefit and profit from this outside of just I'll profit off you having a very painful problem.
I like the analogy of plumbing and railroads. Those are the base layer infrastructure that everything relies on. 100%. Can you give us even more concrete examples of why is that broken right now? With the lack of those infrastructures, how is value moving around? And what are the pain points in real terms?
Yeah. No, that's a good question as well. A good follow-up. I think to give you guys some context, right now, most banks don't even own the software that they're running their banking infrastructure on. And I'll frequently use the bank use case because even if you were trying to build a Web2 fintech and your partner was like a core bank in X market and they had access to all of these different regions, you're basically just connecting to a pipe that's already leaking and trying to see how you can layer on an additional solution. That context, the context of why we're in treasury, why we're in payments, why we're building a super app is we're basically coming in to, in a way, not build around, but Web3 and blockchain technology gives us the ability to give the banks, to give the licensed payment service providers, to give the licensed financial institutions this infrastructure, which is highly scalable. We can allow money to move at the speed of the internet, which is extremely crucial. But then also, we can, it's almost like in parallel, we're not competing with you, but down the road, the end goal is for you to stop being our competitor. It's for you to be our customer, right? And most of the people that we work with are, I mentioned the banks, the licensed FIs, the licensed payment service providers. They're those people because we believe that initial beachhead will create opportunities for us to permeate this technology, permeate the stablecoin payment use cases, the blockchain payment use cases around on and off ramping to the broader majority of people on the continent. And it starts though with the folks who have already, deeply embedded themselves with what's broken within the financial system, especially on the continent. It's fragmentation one, it's, white labeling software another, it's, just bad, code and legacy Web2 technology on the third tier. And all of those things is kind of how I think we now get to scale, but we have to first start there. And that's kind of I would say the impact to which we're working with these different licensed FIs, banks, and PSPs.
And Yeli, you've been in this space for a long period of time, trying to solve fintech before crypto, and then with crypto, trying to solve payments. And I'd love to hear, what are the patterns that you've seen on the continent so far?
So I think Joseph talked about this idea of context. And so I want to help everyone level set. Imagine if the US dollar lost 90% of the value, or whatever currency or fiat that you had. So you had, I don't know, $1,000 in whatever currency, and then today the value after 2 years is now $100 due to no fault of your own. Or for most people, they don't even have money yet, right? So they can't even come into the financial system because they don't have any money, right? So if you look at the world today, over 2.5 billion people are living on less than 50 cents a day. 2.5 billion people. And these are people that live in global majority markets. So we're looking at like Africa, LATAM, Southeast Asia, India. And unfortunately, the world is still broken. And you know, when I first got into crypto, I got into crypto because I was fortunate enough to have been part of an early exit in 2015 or 2016, and began to support entrepreneurs in the Web2 space. And what I realized was two things. It wasn't because of talent that some of these ideas weren't working. It was primarily two things. Number one was the foundational infrastructure that we were trying to build these financial solutions on were broken. It was a combination of institutional problems. It was a combination of sort of weak currencies, and then also policies as well, right? And when I first looked at the blockchain, I thought like, wow, okay, this is something that we can use to really rebuild financial infrastructure from the ground up and equalize access to opportunities regardless of where you're from. And so it's been really interesting seeing the rise of stable coins, and you know, everyone now is talking about stable coins, and it's like, okay, finally everyone gets it, right? Because you know, people complicate stable coins, but I think of stable coins as essentially putting the US dollar on the internet. And the same way how when you don't understand or you're trying to learn something, you can Google it and then you have access to that information immediately. When you do the same thing to finance, a lot of positive things will happen. And so, but yeah, that's sort of, you know, just a little bit of context and, you know, why I've been building and really excited to contribute to this space.
So a few weeks ago, actually, Chainalysis came out with a report of crypto use across the world, and one of the stats they put out there is that for traditional payments to move money from one country to another, and we keep talking about that because Africa is a continent of 54 countries. And so whenever you're crossing value across any of those borders, you run into a lot of swift and global financial system challenges. So if you're crossing value across borders, I mean, information cross borders very easily, right? But when value crosses borders, you're taking a 15% haircut, 1.5. That's what Chainalysis put out there. Other reports that I've seen show, you know, in real life, it's around 8 to 9%, depending on how much value you're going. And like David, just even knowing what Heinecoin is doing, I'd love to understand a bit of the types of customers that are coming and using your infrastructure to plug into the global economy. Because these are not like crypto fanatics. These are not people who are coming to Devcons or crypto conferences. These are people running the traditional economy, right? So can you just share a bit about, like, why are they coming to you? What are they getting from you that they're not able to get elsewhere?
Yeah, I think, and you know, it's literally what fuels me to keep going. I think a larger percentage of our customers are non-crypto, non-Web3 companies than they are like just traditional Web3 companies. And at the moment, we're serving some of the larger enterprises. Like I'm talking, you know, traditional FMCG or like retail, the likes of Bidco, Unilever. On the banking side of things, we're working very closely with, you know, the United Bank of Africa's, the Equity Banks, the Brexes, Columns of this world, if you're in the US as well. And the reason I use the two partners that I mentioned, but then more so like these core customer use cases, there's businesses in logistics who are literally moving physical goods from Kenya to Tanzania, from Tanzania to South Africa and back. And these folks chose us because, and I like to always use this analogy, they chose us because financial infrastructure and financial platforms were left in the 90s in Africa, and we're trying to, you know, help them catch up. Right? And to give you context of what catching up actually looks like, before a provider like us, and there's a number of different providers, and you guys are welcome to do your research, I would have to go to my bank, fill in a physical remittance form, that's what we call it, just to pay for like an invoice in a country that is probably a couple of 100 kilometers between each other, right? That should not exist in 2024, but it does. And that's why a customer like them would choose us. The second reason they would choose us is we offer kind of like a more refreshing experience to what they're used to, in that the person you're serving, the person that is serving you, if they were an FX broker, if they were a bank, if they were Web2 fintech as well, who I have nothing against, to be honest. The person that's serving you would kind of like be offering you a solution, and it's as if they're doing you a favor, right? Like you ask, you know, the exchange rate on Google is this. Why are you selling to me dollars at this price? I'll tell you this is the price of the day, right? There's nothing you can do. And I think one of the non-negotiable rights is optionality as a human in general. Like you should get to choose. You shouldn't be told this is what, you know, exists. This is how life is. And so you should just go ahead and take it. And we're giving optionality, not just from like a platform perspective, like you can use us, but we're giving optionality on a more deeper level in terms of like, look, we are not trying to sell you the same thing that has been sold in this market with the tier 1 banks, with the largest FIs, largest PSPs. I think back to like one of the more, you know, even funnier scenarios that it just happened to us this week. Like we onboarded a payment service provider customer on Monday. On Tuesday, they were on a call with my head of products, and they were literally pitching, you know, our platform to their customers, right? That's the kind of like, I would say, catalyst that excites me the most, because it's like this person is so excited about what's happening with folks like us, with the onboards, with the grassroots economics, that they're literally like, I will put you in front of my customers and tell them, look, it's better now, or it works, you know, it's efficient, it's faster. And those are all very colorful adjectives, but I think the tangibility of them is in those kind of like very traditional customers who would never touch crypto, but if you bring it to them in a way that actually addresses the solution, then you're solving a major problem.
It's interesting, what I've heard you say is that you're not saying, hey, like, let's destroy banks, let's recreate that. You're actually saying, let us bring a new value proposition that they're not able to do, integrate with them because they have different types of distributions, but create superpowers for money and build on top of them, and like build the plumbing of like the global financial system. And I guess one quick thing I wanted to kind of plug in there is that when many of us keep talking about financial service applications, a lot of folks ask, what is beyond finance? What are innovations that we should do beyond finance? And what comes to mind for me when, you know, we talk that is, of course, we need to look at beyond finance. But if today, for example, for people in California, paying something on the same website, the same project based in Texas, if that took 4 weeks, and if you're paying 15% extra, and that was the case for all 50-plus states in the US, of actually moving value between all those states was so hard. And basically, if you're flying halfway on the plane, you had to change your monetary system, right? Like, I think we'll probably all drop everything and work on solving that problem, right? That's the problem that we're trying to solve from financial application perspective across Africa. And the reason why we keep focusing on it a lot is because it is like, where is like the train tracks, as you put it, that connects the foundations of a lot of our economies. And once we have a better infrastructure there, we can build a whole lot of things on top of that. But we keep coming back to the base layer, which is transfer of value, is because there's fundamental problems there. And over to you, Yele, on that. Like, the onboard vision is building a fully on-chain life. And I'll just love to understand a bit of how do you get to that place, and what does the world look like once we fully realize that vision?
Yeah, I really loved the example you gave of like the US and Texas and all that. I think it really does help understand, you know, what's happening on the ground in Africa. like I said earlier, talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. And I think that when we talk about this idea of a global on-chain economy, what is powerful about that idea is that it doesn't make your geography determine the quality of your life, right? We want to make your location irrelevant in terms of the opportunities that you have access to, in terms of the quality of financial services that you have access to, and really building an economy that is open, that is transparent, and is meritocratic. We actually live in a world of abundance, right? It's just that, that abundance is not freely spread. And that's why you have so many people in poverty. And we know the reason why we all feel upset and unhappy about the state of the world today is because we know that the current system just doesn't work. A lot of people don't have sort of their fair share, or don't feel like they have agency about how to change and improve their lives. And this is kind of like what is creating a lot of the divisions and uncertainty and unhappiness, regardless of where people are from. And so, to me, the idea of an on-chain economy, I know, someone like Elon Musk says he wants to take humanity to Mars, and that's like an ambitious vision, and it's like, okay, we're going to have rocket ships that will take everybody to Mars, and I think like that's amazing. But what if you just build an actual on-chain economy that is better than what we have today, right? And, for instance, I'll give you an example. I haven't said this publicly, but I feel a bit comfortable saying this now. Like, my personal accounts were blocked over the last couple of months, right? And if there wasn't any crypto, I would have been in a very bad place, right? So the fact that I had stablecoins and I had my keys gave me that agency and gave me that freedom of money that it doesn't matter where I'm from. And even if I've been in Thailand for the last couple of weeks, I've been spending my stablecoins with a card to pay for Grab and jumping on motorcycle taxis that I've never entered before. When I go to the US, it's the same thing on Uber. When I went to Brussels, it was the same thing. So when an individual has control over their money and is on chain, it doesn't matter sort of where they are. They can move, spend freely, build their on-chain reputation. A lot of people in emerging markets don't have a credit score, right? Imagine if in the US or in Europe, for you to buy a phone, you had to pay for it upfront at once. If you wanted to get a house, you had to pay for it upfront at once. You wanted to go to university, pay for it upfront at once. So actually, in a lot of global majority markets, it's not that people are poor. It's the fact that they cannot actually leverage their reputation to get access to capital to build future for themselves. Right. And so, to me, the on-chain economy is giving everybody access to the same global world-class financial services, giving everybody control and freedom of their money, giving everybody control of their own on-chain reputation. Think about it as a credit score that then truly unlocks a whole host of opportunities, and they are fully empowered to create a better future, not just for themselves, but for the world around them. Thank you.
Yeah. And I guess the importance of that, just to even bring it down to specifics, in Nigeria, GitHub came out with a report earlier, later last year, there's about 900,000 plus open source contributors on GitHub alone, right? So the GitHub page is their resume, it's not their LinkedIn, because no one will hire, just to be very blunt, people don't like to hire Nigerians all around the world unless they know them personally, right? But stuff like that is actually making it more meritocratic. And those guys are receiving income and salary in what way? It is really hard to send money from elsewhere to Nigeria. PayPal doesn't like to work in Nigeria. Stripe doesn't work in Nigeria, right? So the plumbing is broken, right? And so this is not just a nice to have, it's a plan A for a whole lot of folks, right? So, Yeah, I mean, and the other bit of what I think what you guys are building, which is very interesting, there are quite a few like other builders doing this, is you're moving fiat to stablecoin, and then in a self-custody or custodied wallet, and then you have a digital debit card. They can actually use that to spend internationally because your local banks have a limit of how much money you can spend. How much is it in Nigeria right now?
It's probably, there was a time when it was really bad and it was like $20 a month.
$20 a month.
So even if you had like thousands of dollars, you could only spend $20 a month. And you couldn't even go to the bank and be like, oh, I have, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 and I want to withdraw it.
Right.
It's like, you can't withdraw that money, right? So, or your dollar card won't even work on some websites, you know, just because the underlying plumbing wasn't working. And so that's why people and businesses have turned to stablecoins, because it disintermediates. It's like you as a person, you have the dollars, but the financial infrastructure is so broken that is preventing you from connecting with the global economy. And with stablecoins and blockchains, it's like, okay, Mr. Bank, get the F out. We don't need you. We're just going to connect directly to the global economy and transact freely. And that's kind of, yeah, that's the future. It's not even the future. It's like the future is here. It's just not evenly distributed, you know?
So if you guys and a whole lot of other builders are radically successful, what we're basically doing is we are building the plumbing for our economies to easily integrate with the rest of the world. Our location is not a liability, but it's part of who we are. It's our culture, but that is not stopping us from fully participating, contributing, benefiting from the global world. Let us change the gear a little bit and come local. We've got Njambi here, who's building one of the most exciting initiatives in Kenya. Can you tell us a little bit about how you see the world and what you guys are building with grassroots economics?
Yes, thank you so much. We have been working on a nice economic protocol called commitment pooling. So it's inspired by indigenous wisdom. So when I talk about indigenous wisdom, I mean traditions around mutual aid and mostly rotation of labor associations. So what we have noticed is that it's not a new concept. It's been there for ages and across nations, you know. So like in my community, we call it Mwethia. You know, we work with Kenya Red Cross at the refugee centers, and the Somalis call it GOB, you know, the guys from Burundi call it SLA, and every other community in Kenya like have a name for it, so it's not new. So what you're doing as an organization is really adding, you know, formalizing commitments, because rotation of labor really meant making promises to help one another, and these promises are really commitments. And I'm going to give you a good example. Like in a village X, there's family A, family B, family C. So family A will make, all the families will make commitments to help one another. And then they're going to pool their commitments together to bring about exchanging and accountability with agreed upon rules. So if family A needs a house built, that means family B and C will come and help family A, so they will fulfill their commitments, you know. Then family A has already accepted the commitments. So family B will do the same. They will accept commitments from family B and C, and they will get their farm tilled. So that means they have, A and C has fulfilled their commitments to B. Eventually, they will balance out and clear the debt and start over again. So this whole protocol is not just with the humans, like it's across disciplines. And, you know, I would give one example of the plants just to show you how grassroots economics is coming in. Like the maize, the beans, and the squash, you know, for the longest time our ancestors have been growing them together because of the nutrients that they share. We'll see how the maize will bring the phosphorus, you know, the beans will get the nutrient, nitrogen from the air, convert it, and the squash the potassium. So the sharing is made possible, like how much of the phosphorus does the squash need. So that is made possible by the mycorrhizal fungi. So now the pooling aspect is now the mycorrhizal fungi, what grassroots economics is doing. So these commitments, grassroots is formalizing them, adding technology, making them have a value, number one. Number two, they have a special signature, you can't copy them. Number three, there's a demurrage, the deduction to make sure that there's circulation, and also to make sure that the holder of these commitments can convert them from the issuer of the debt, So that's the whole idea, like grassroots economics, formalizing this and helping make a pool where community members can put in their commitments and pull out what they need. Also bringing out the aspect of resilience, because if, for instance, I do not need what you have, and maybe you need mine, I can use your commitments to get something else from the pooling. Yes.
Amazing. And can you share a bit about the types of commitments people are saying, hey, I will do A, B, C, D? And also just give us a bit of an indication, what is the scale of operation that is happening in this way right now?
So I'm going to give you a good example of where I come from. I come from Kilifi, and from my community, I'm in 3 groups. So group 1 is a group of women. They already have formed a group, they have their own vision, they have their own rules, a constitution. So the idea when you go to a community is for them to understand the different assets that are in the community, for them to understand they have a lot to share, like the social assets, the financial assets, the governance assets, at what level is each one of them, and how can they help one another. So in these groups, we will see that there's a person who will have hairdressing skills, there's a farmer, there's a person who can tell stories, they can teach traditional songs. At the end of the day, there's just so much. Like in Kiriba is one of the groups. There's cooking skills, there's people who can wash clothes, there are people who can till land, there are people who can build houses, there are people who have food to offer. Yes, so that's a good example.
And so, like, my understanding is that a community is made up of around 20 people?
Yes.
And how many of these communities do you have right now?
We have 120 groups in Kenya, and also beyond Uganda, Colombia, yes.
Yeah, and just give us a bit of an indication, how have people using this over the last years, like the transactions you've had, and we can talk a little bit about the off-chain and on-chain element as well.
Yeah, so in Kenya they use the USSD wallet, which is also connected to the web interface. So each of these users of the vouchers have a wallet. And so when they're doing the trades, they normally just send the vouchers. So for instance, when they're doing the rotation of labor, the hosts will accept these people to come and work for him, build a house. At the end of the day, the host will pay them with the vouchers. The next time they'll go to someone else and the vouchers will be paid. So there are going to be several pools, and the pools are going to be interconnected together by having a market day that is unique that is common for all the groups. So that is where the pools meet and more services are exchanged. Yeah.
That's amazing. So some of us came and visited the operations in Kilifi, and we actually used the USSD app. It's basically for feature phones. So you're basically using the telco network to send commitment vouchers to each other. And each transaction would trigger an on-chain transaction from a wallet that is actually connected to the phone number of that person. Yeah. Right? And did I hear correctly, there's 1 million transactions have happened?
1.2 million transactions.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Wow. And how many people used it so far?
We have 65,000 holders and issuers of these vouchers. Commitments.
So this is like rethinking what is money? Ultimately, right? Money is kind of a representation of a commitment. It's a banknote. You'd use money to go back and get some value from a bank. Right? You guys have basically used actually DeFi primitives to recreate like a localized money system built with commitments. And these pools of a community connect to many other community pools.
Yes.
So there's basically like we're sharing liquidity, but liquidity is not like a dollar stablecoin. It is basically actual commitments people are making. What has been the impact that you've seen so far in how this is changing people's lives? You talked about houses being built. Like, what have people been able to do with this?
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a good example of what I actually do and how I get to know all the kinds of impacts on the ground. So we are also borrowing another traditional practice from the past, you know, the idea of a council meeting. So every time the rotation of labor would happen and a cycle would end, the elders would meet and discuss matters community. Like, what are the issues we have? Like, what do we need to work towards? Is it a planting season? Do we need a water pan? You know? So that would motivate and also, you know, decide like what kind of activities they'll be meeting to do. So what we do, we now are doing is identifying like a community representative also from the community, and this is the person who is also going to be attending some of the rotation of labor associations and recording the kind of activities made. Like a house was built, 15 members, took 1 hour or took 2 hours, you know. And then, so what you do, the pools also accept stable coins like Celo Dollar. And this is really to support with communication. So what you're doing is like buying some of the monitoring and evaluation from these stewards from the community. So when we put them into the pool, we put them prior, it's production financing, and then we take the vouchers, which are the commitments, or which the offerings, the monitoring and evaluation services. Once the report is sent end of the month, we send the vouchers back to the owner, you know, the monitoring evaluation services, vouchers, and then they are able now to go into the pool and take some of the Celo Dollar and eventually off-ramp those to fiat. So to understand the kind of impact created, we are able to see the transactions on the dashboard, which also relates to all the reports sent. Like these transactions today equals to 10 houses, 5 farms, 5 roads fixed, and this is from the community members. So also speaking to sustainability of this project.
Yele?
So we kind of all got together before this panel, and when I heard and I understood what this was, it was incredibly mind-blowing. And I wanted to just add some thoughts as to why this is really special. When I got into crypto, you know, one of the first things I read was Andreas's book, and it was talking about the history of money, and we talk about the barter system. Now, one of the challenges with the barter system is this notion of double coincidence of wants. So even if I have, I don't know, shoes, and you have a shirt, if you don't want my shoes, we can't transact. So this solution, first of all, solves that problem because you don't need to want something in real time. It's sort of like this commitment. The second thing that I thought was incredibly valuable about this as well is I talked about this idea of the lack of credit, right? And how do you build sort of on-chain reputation and how do you unlock capital? I think what is incredibly interesting about like grassroots economics and the work that you do as well is that people who don't have money can actually get something offered to them on credit without them having money and putting anything at risk. So we all talk about DeFi and things like that, but for you to get a loan on chain today, you need to have capital. So when we talk about 2.5 billion people that are not yet on chain and need access to opportunities, how do you unlock sort of those opportunities? So this is super interesting in that regard. Now, if we take this idea 2 steps forward, and this is why I'm so excited about what you're doing, and I'll round up quickly, but number one is that because every commitment is on chain, each of these 65,000 people now actually have on-chain reputation that can be used as a credit score to then actually give them real capital into that community, right? And in the final piece, when I think about it, is a lot of majority of Africa, almost everybody is doing sort of like agriculture. Now, people, small-scale farmers are farming, you know, goods and things like that that gets transported to the cities. When the farmers sell, you know, let's say maize, they sell it for $1. When it gets to the stores in the cities, it's $10. So if you're trying to create wealth, you want to sort of bridge that gap between the sale at production and the cost at consumption, and how do you bring that back into the villages? So for me, like, what you guys are doing is incredible, and I can't wait to build and co-create together. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, there's just so many ways. Yeah. There's so many ways to use the commitments. Even for big businesses, like, you know, they create their own vouchers to act as loyalty points. And this is also a call for everyone. Like, it's an open, you know, it's for everyone. Like, there's so many ways to use the vouchers. Like, even markets, you know, like I mentioned, loyalty points. Yeah, to keep your business going and to keep your clients coming. Yeah.
And so, you know, a lot of what you're building is not just technology. You're leveraging existing social infrastructures and trust infrastructures. And can you give us a bit of more context of where does that come from? Like, what are other patterns like Chamas that you've seen where basically social trust is the foundation for how we relate and interact with each other, even economically?
So, first of all, before, trust was really built when commitments were made, commitments were accepted, and commitments were fulfilled. So nothing recreated, same. So they're just doing exactly what they were doing then, and really making sure that now, at least now, the commitments have value, you know. You can be able to know, like, how much of my commitments are worth yours. Yeah.
And do we need the blockchain for that? The blockchain for that? I mean, that's one question someone might ask. Like, why are we building with crypto on this, in your opinion?
For visibility, number one. It also builds trust because you're able to see, like, how many of these are here. And also, you know, the confidence that I know I can get this even without money. Even the people who don't have money at that moment, they are sure that they will get what they have, you know, because it's on blockchain. Yeah.
And actually,
no, I was just going to actually add to that. And I think if you even look at, like, how big savings groups, so they're called SACCOs in Kenya, are right now, they're holding tens of millions of dollars to the point where the government had to regulate them. And I think those kind of communities is what just tells you, like, people have been enabling and, like, coming together to organize themselves to build their own kind of, like, local bank. And in most cases, crypto is not really required, but what crypto does is right now, if you go to a SACCO and ask them, how much can I borrow on? What is my collateral? SACCOs mostly work also on a reputational basis, so you have to have a guarantor. All of those things are incredibly manual, which makes SACCOs a painful process, even while they have AUM that would rival most microfinance banks and tier 3, tier 2 banks in a country, right? Bringing it on chain is literally the, you know, the secret to now helping them to onboard so many more people much faster. And, you know, you're not trying to replace their processes and, like, their, the way they do things.
And there are hundreds and thousands of these circles in Kenya alone. Yeah. In Kenya, so these are basically small, like, cooperative society banks made of 10 to 20, 30 people. Right? It's crazy. And I think, you know, coming back to why blockchain perspective, it would be really hard to have 100 different commitment pools connected and actually sharing like commitment pools with each other. And I think that would not happen on paper. And like doing this on chain and also, go ahead, sorry?
It becomes very easy.
Yeah, and doing this on chain and having also a commitment pool with a pair of fiat pool like with stablecoin or something like that, for people to exit if they want to. I think this, I guess like I think the most interesting part of this conversation for me is that we can do both. It's not about like, hey, Africa is screwed, so then maybe let's dollarize the whole continent. Stablecoins for everyone. That's helping in integrating us with the world, but that's not the only solution. I think what you're doing is actually making a level of localization that would be really hard to do on paper or with Web 2, like making that scalable, but in still maintaining the small element of it. I think it's super powerful. I think we should jump into questions from you all. Mark. While we wait for the questions to come up, any last reflections from you guys?
Yes, I think the part that we've not spoken about is this idea of like open finance, and that as a builder, I can contribute to her ecosystem without even having to talk to her, because these commitments and these individuals are on chain. And that is actually the truest form of innovation. So yeah, it's just amazing to kind of see this future where we have like open financial services that just connects people, businesses from across the world.
We have a number of questions here. I want to ask briefly, is peer-to-peer trading a big thing in Africa?
The answer is yes.
So I was one of the earliest, the first African hire for Binance in Africa, and sort of worked on a number of things, including P2P, and also built probably the largest synthetic African stablecoin that was doing about 700 million a week, peer-to-peer. So the answer is yes.
Nice. What Western builders trying to provide crypto services in Africa do not understand?
Yeah, maybe I can take that. I think the thing I've seen the most, which I always tell my friends, especially if they're coming from like, some geography or, like let's say the US, Europe, UK, Asia, New Zealand, Australia, wherever, the thing they don't understand is fragmentation problem is not on a financial level only, it's also on a cultural level. Within a country like even Kenya, there's the Muslim community that needs Sharia compliant banking. So like a lot of crypto investing is like completely, removed from them. Like they wouldn't be able to invest in most tokens, wouldn't be able to invest in crypto unless it was Sharia compliant. There's other nuances to say that, like, as Yele said, more than, 2.5 billion people living under 50 cents a day. I think the banking, the unbanked pitch never, goes well with me, because these folks don't need to be unbanked. They've already been unbanked. They're using mobile money. Their bank account is just an accessory for them. Understanding that is very crucial, because then you actually know how to distill a solution to them. And in some cases, a solution to them could be serving who they're served by. So going to the supermarket, going to the grocery store, going to the oil company, going to the retail chain, and helping them make their processes more efficient, because those costs go down and trickle down back to the actual people within like a particular market. Those nuances are always ignored, and never go well, because when you think, 1.4 billion people in Africa, majority population under 25, all of those stats are very exciting. You're like, I'm gonna go ahead and launch it, and everyone will be amazed, and like they'll use what I'm building and like giving to them. But I said this on a video, and I'll say it again. It's like Africa needs water, not vitamins. We're in the point where we need necessity tools. And most people need necessity tools. They don't need nice to haves. When you come with that perspective, you will quickly distill a SaaS tool that helps you with time management, or some kind of like productivity tracker. That's really not what the folks are looking for at this time. But if we do the low-level, the low-level plumbing stuff, then you open up the flow for those kind of use cases. And that's kind of like what I think Western builders, might not quite understand.
We have like a lot of questions, so I want to be very short with my answer. In terms of what you can do as a builder thinking about the African continent, the best thing you can do is get on a plane and go to one of the cities. You would learn way more than anything I would say on the...
Yeah, and I have two quick takes on that. One is empire building doesn't work if you're basically saying, hey, we're just going to create the Alipay that's going to eat everything across all of Africa and be the only thing. Good luck trying to execute on that. I would love to meet you and wish you all the success. But it's basically a lot of pieces tackling different problems. And the second bit, it's a bit of a spicy take, is that there's actually profit in Africa. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is a weird term and frame for a lot of us building in crypto, but we tend to build with a lot of sort of assumed visions for the future. But there's a positive feedback loop by adding value to real people is they're willing to pay for it. So a lot of tools that we see like this across Africa actually are profitable. They're building actual businesses that can last a long period of time. And that's not a bad thing, and that's a great thing. What EVM chains are most widely used in Africa? And if there's a dominant one, why do you think that chain gained more adoption? And if non-EVM chain, then like chains that are getting, what are the non-EVM chains that are gaining adoption? Jambi, you guys are on Celo, right? Can you tell us a little bit of, if you understand, why you guys chose to work with Celo specifically? Yeah.
It's been a journey for grassroots economics. Like we started with paper vouchers, and of course we went to digital. We've tried out with different blockchains, and Celo obviously became better because at least, we have a validator now that people can stake into. Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys are running operating a Celo validator, right? So that's a very interesting model. You're contributing to its success, but also using the chain. Yeah. And what about you guys?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Ethereum is definitely like a primary, but like one of the chains people don't actually think about is like Tron. Tron is very big in Africa, and it's big for a couple of reasons, but one of the core primary ones is the exchange that was doing the most on the continent a couple of years ago is still quite big now, is Binance. There was a time where like the two primary chains they had was like Ethereum and Tron. We tend to think that people are like, oh, there's this huge EVM ecosystem, I'll jump to the next thing. But we're actually very simplistic beings, all of us humans, like where the first thing that I used is something that I'm comfortable with for whatever reason, and it's just maybe because it was like the first thing that I experienced. So Tron is massive in Africa, and then non-EVM chains, like even outside of the Ethereum ecosystem. Stellar is a huge chain that we use at Honeycomb and Peer, but we've intentionally made ourselves EVM compatible because we're seeing all of these different exciting, like new developments, like World, for example, creating their own blockchain which is EVM compatible. That's very intentional because, like, for them, they want to own their ecosystem, own their users, and that's kind of like the only way to do it. But I think for me, like Ethereum, Tron, Stellar, Celo would be the top chains that are most widely used in Africa.
Are these questions going to be available afterwards? Because these are like really, really great questions, and I wish I could answer like all of them. But I think we've kind of talked about the EVM stuff, and we have just 2 minutes. And I think maybe the last question is a good way to end the panel, which is just like what crypto-based products do we wish existed in Africa? I'm generally interested in anything that actually allows an on-chain economy to thrive. And the most popular digital economic infrastructure in the world that is at what I call population scale, that is used by 1 billion people, is the India stack. But the India stack is very similar to M-Pesa. M-Pesa was mobile money owned by a particular corporation. The India stack is also technology that is owned by the government, right? USDC or USDT or stable coins is digital money that is on the blockchain. And so the India stack and ideas across identity, digital locker, and like moving that and putting that on chain as well, I think is the next sort of big, like really big meta. And people across the global majority are building these building blocks, and they're going to be composable. So that stream is actually, when people talk about real world Ethereum, that's kind of like what I think, the India stack on chain.
Quickly, you guys, what are the crypto-based projects you wish existed?
For me, like one of the ones that's like been going across my mind for a long time is RPC layers that make crypto feel less scary for people. Now, I say that to mean, imagine telling your grandma that, no, you should have sent it to this Ethereum address. Now the crypto is gone. You send it to a random one on-chain, right?
Right.
She will basically wonder, what are you even talking about? I tried to send you money. Can't you just call them and they'll reverse it? Yeah. Now, I don't have Vitalik's number, but I don't think anyone in the Ethereum Foundation can help if you send crypto to the wrong address, right? But that RPC layer is interesting to me. Nice. Because we need to build more guardrails around it.
Yeah. Jambi?
Is there an alias for the addresses?
Well, no, like even without ENS, I think that RPC layer is like helpful. Yeah. So like you can reverse, you can like authorize transactions. That kind of.
Well, thank you all so much for the session here and for listening to us. I hope you found it valuable, and if you want to take this relationship to the next level, you're very welcome to visit the continent and spend time in many of these communities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thank you to all the panelists. That was awesome. And have a lovely afternoon.